Hello. A little bit late today. That's alright. Cheers. I was up till 3 AM last night because I couldn't really sleep. And I just did a bit more work on the game. Whoa. Fuck yes. Let us rock and roll. Man, today's gonna be a good day. I feel it. Feel it in my bones. All right. A little bit of cleanup from last night real quick. I did a couple things. Fixed a crash. Refactored how the infinite world thing works a little bit. But for context, for everyone who missed the big money moves of yesterday, here's what we're doing. End of stage 1, tribute, feed it to Hull. Animation, bang. The entire game now becomes open world. And you've got this infinite wasteland to go into. So there's a couple things that we need to do to make this actually feel good. One, you make that animation a little bit better. Two, we gotta actually make the wasteland not shit. Because right now it's just kind of ass. So yeah, that's kind of the plan for today. Improve the wasteland, make it feel nice. And yeah, work on a bunch of stage 2 progression while we're at it, I think. I think the most important thing off rip is gonna be figuring out what the fuck we even do in stage 2. Stage 2 progression milestones. Stage 2 tribute items. Holy orbs, how you doing, Matt? Ba-bam. And when I left off, are the normal biomes gone now? What do you mean normal biomes? We've always had normal biomes. I like that memory address of a name. It's cool. I can't address you by it though, even though it is literally an address. I ain't a computer, bro. Bleep bloop. It's my name in hex? That's actually pretty cool. Looks like a memory address. I guess that's just what happens when you throw a bunch of hex in there, you know? What, do you not like using the shot things? Yeah, that's still in the game. Dave, g'day, mate. To answer your question, yes. The stream is on today. You don't go worry, bro. Just a little bit late, because I was up late last night. Doing a little bit of extra grinding. Because I couldn't sleep. Yeah, so we still have this. I don't know if I should, like, force you to finish unlocking everything first to go out here. We need to also remove that. Let's just do that real quick. CD game 9-A B C D E. Bow, bow. Do, do, do. All right. What am I doing here? Switch to feature branch. A, B, C, D. What do you mean we got an update? Huh? Don't mind if I do. I think everything's on the feature branch at this stage. Yep. Cool. All right. Ah, big gulps. All right, real quick, we're doing some chunk testing stuff. Curious what it did here. And manifest back to transactional save load invariance. Fancy. Write entire file atomic or error. Ooh. Oh, don't mind if I do. Just hardening the living shit out of the save data. Of the save game stuff, which is cool. I will trust it because we have tests, and if it doesn't work, then it'll catch it with the tests. Test is actually such a cheat code for like AI programming, because you can worry a little bit less about whether there's like a nasty bug in there, because like the test should just catch it, right? So that looks good overall. I don't know what this chunk save manifesting is. Chunk save manifest. Raw XTL Archive and Sloth Guy, hello. Welcome. It do be time to work. Now, do we have good tests for making sure this all works properly? And now the other thing that I wanted to tackle was the transition. So let's give that a shot. Screen shake just isn't being applied. Screen shake isn't being applied for some reason. All right, so the big money moves of today. Number one, money move numero uno. Tribute items. What the fuck are we gonna do for that? Let's just throw this in. Unlock the world. Sure. We should now be on stage 2. Yeah. What the fuck do we do? How's this even gonna look? I think off rip, we kind of want... Excuse me. What do we want? We want like a... I almost want like a read-only start of this. Something like, reading node, Traverse big milestone, Traverse diamond thing, yes. Like this is gonna be the start. Actually, probably not read-only, more like, I think we might delete the whole shiny carrot idea. We'll think about it. I'll move that to dev. RIP shiny carrot. So at this point, the players just spent like a long time grinding for the stage 1 tribute. So we want to like be pure give at this stage, like not asking for anything. We just want to unlock a bunch of stuff. So we need to rehook for the next stage. Yes, Mediac, no good, man. Appreciate it, bro. We need to rehook the player at this stage. So pure give, pure like, hey, whoa, look at all this cool new stuff, right? That's what I'm thinking. I think what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna redesign this entire fucking thing. That's what I think. Move all of this to dev. You know what? Let's just give a fucking spatial ring reward right here. Why not? Pure give. I'm not asking for anything in return. Item. Spatial ring. Bang. One of those puppies. Move these to dev as well. There we go, nice and clean. It's right here, 0, 0. Beautiful. Alright, awesome. Age of Power, I think I'm more or less going to move that to dev as well. And we're just going to redesign this whole thing from the ground up. Stage 2. Let's do it. Rainy is a good work music connoisseur. Yeah. If there's one thing in this world that I love, is it's the perfect beat for the perfect moment. Because, you know, you can't just be sitting here all day just listening to fucking, like, absolute hood bangers. You know what I mean? You could. You very well could. Alright. But no more of that. More of that kind of fucking gentle, steady focus, you know, for a nice 12-hour stream. That's where we're at. All right. I am very excited for this redesign. It's been a long time coming because I have not been happy with how the Wasteland feels, like, at all. For a long time. Like, ever, actually. I added it in and I was like, it's good enough, we can move on, right? But today's the day that we make it not good enough, we make it fucking spectacular. Adjust the transition so it's just instant with a instant on whole feed with a massive burst of screen shake. Around, so around 1 second after the burst, do the notif for Sage 2. I'll say around like 500 ms. We'll tune it. No more animation stuff needed. Or control of camera. Super, g'day mate. Is it in-game music? There is. There's just one track right now though. Just one track. Do, 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 do. I wonder if that actually does anything. Screen shake might not be getting applied because the camera's getting controlled. Oh no, it is. So you can kind of see a bit of the vision here is like slow zoom in and then shockwave outwards. That'll be a 1.0 polish kind of thing though, so we just need a very simple transition to get us into early access real quick. I started on the cool looking transition yesterday, but it was tabled because it just was a little too much work. I was working on a really nice like shockwave particle effect, but it would have taken like 1 or 2 hours of tuning, and we got bigger fish to fry. So yeah, let's think about like what the actual mechanism is for like, what do we do now, right? Enter the Wasteland. You should get a reward. An infinite expanse. Tread carefully. You have proven your ability. We need to like set up the next phase of the game, right? Like, what is the goal for this phase? In here, it was just getting through the onboarding one by one and then getting to the end of the stage 1 tribute, right? But now we need a new tribute. How do we define what the tribute is? I think I want it to be like a central node thing. So like we branch out a bunch and we converge on here straight away. So we branch out like a couple times up to like here and here. But really the whole goal is straight into here. Maybe there's an intermediate step, but we'll see. I think we can more or less like unlock a bunch of workbenches and stuff in here. So we'll see. What do we actually need at this stage of the game? That's the $1 million question. Like what is the plan? We got a bunch of dev content that we just archived. So we got conveyor belts, Age of Power, which is kind of redundant now. Spatial compression. Right, so to graduate from stage 2, we kind of need to go into the new Tesseract, maybe? I don't recall. we can start simple. We can start simple with the electricity improvements, right? Excusez-moi. All right. What are the problems of this stage of the game? Well, one problem is that the wires are really fucking annoying, so it would be kind of cool to have like power tower style stuff. We also want to introduce the charging station because that gives a bunch of new content. And then of course the Wasteland itself should just have a bunch of new resources. Right now that's not really true because it's just copper. So we're probably gonna have to touch that up. I would also really like to make like a power line, power tower thing. I got the linear desktop app now. Feels pretty good. Already have power tower. Power grid style machines. Connect wire between them. That would be cool. Almost like a tree or something. Like maybe we could maybe we could have some trees, like the trees out in the wasteland, and maybe like part of the power. Power upgrade. These trees or something. I want to rework how the wasteland looks. Like, it needs to look more like sand. This isn't sand. Gotta make it feel like sand, you know? Cheegle 9 inventory slots. Don't mind if I do. Mind if I do. Oh, there's Maniac Bear. Thanks for the sub. Appreciate it, man. That is the coffee consumed. Oh, the half a cup for the day. Real quick, bug the when in stage when we have the final quest selected as the stage 1 tribute, it is also, I think, being drawn in the top right as the selected active quest, which shouldn't really be the case. We should probably just not select it as an active quest, since we have a standalone renderer thing. We have a standalone widget for the tribute. I imagine how tough it must be at times to make it realize. It's a good way of putting it. Have fun at uni, bro. So I guess the first thing off rip is just like really as simple as what is the quest, right? Like what is the tribute for this? Should definitely have just more of the plains lattice, maybe like 1024. And then some new things on top of it. Let me try and think of like one new thing that we can put on top of it. I do want to give the charging station at this stage. I'm not sure whether that should be like a thing that you get though. Okay, in satisfactory, what is the satisfactory progression real quick? Milestones. Okay. I want to know the project parts? Like, what are the phases? Project assembly phases, here we go. Like, what does this actually do? You know? Like, does it just simply unlock the next stage and then you can do stuff? Or does it give you a reward inline? Like, right after you do it. I guess the reward is the whole, like, discovery of, like, now you have the next tier that you can work towards. But, like, does it unlock any recipes or anything? I can't remember. Delivery unlocks tiers 5 and 6. Tiers 5 and 6. This unlocks 3 and 4. Tier 4 is like kind of grouped roughly with steel production and stuff. So as soon as you finish phase 1 in Satisfactory, yeah, like you've instantly got some like tiers to work towards. So stage 1 in like our game is pretty much the onboarding here, right? So as soon as you finish that, you get given the goal of the smart planing, 50, and you also get all of these optional upgrades that you can go after. So it's kind of like a double whammy. Like you have some immediate upgrades you can go for, and you've also got the long-term thing pulling you, which is interesting. Very interesting. Upgrades you can go for, and the long-term thing straight away. Okay, so... Are you able to craft everything inline? I actually don't think you are. Tiers 3 and 4 gets unlocked. Okay, so the moment you deliver 50 smart plating, it unlocks tiers 3 and 4. Smart plating is very simple. It's just the base units, rotor, reinforced iron, which is just pretty simple. But then like... as soon as you deliver 50 of those, you unlock the next tiers, which now you've got versatile framework, which modular frame, steel beams, right. Now, steel crafting is unlocked in tier 5. Automated wiring, what's this? Stator, what was this again? Steel pipe and wire. Steel pipe is just steel beam. Yeah, so you've essentially, it's just steel stuff, so just tier 5 stuff. What's tier 6? Tier 5 is just a whole bunch of like, yeah, 4 is steel production. Do we get 4? Yeah, you get 4 the moment you finish the smart plating. Okay, 3 and 4. I have to map this out. Let me like just get a fucking board up and running. Satisfactory progression. So that unlocks 3 and 4. I could like tie these together. So I can anchor them on that. Huzzah. There we go. Actually just delete that. Just simply take a screening of the cost. There we go. Doing a little bit of Excalibur action. Alright, so that's phase 1. That unlocks that. And then the phase 2 parts are this. And that gives us 5 and 6. Okay, now this is easy to reason about. Actually gonna delete these, beautiful. Beautiful nodes. Okay. So, at any given moment, so phase 2 unlocks that, and the phase 2 instantly has that. So like, this is what you can do at any, like what the players dangled at any given point, right? And then we go on to phase 3. So that goes onto that and gives you all of this to look forward to. Right? Phase 3, you can just say that that is now what is being dangled. Okay. So in the beginning, there is just this, but also this. It's tier 3, 4. So 1, tier 1. And tier 2. Right. This is what is being dangled. It's a juicy carrot. At any given point, you can just do this and then go to the next phase and unlock more, right? But like, you've just been given like a whole smorgasbord of items here. Of like things that you could do in terms of research, right? So I like this. Why isn't there in layer the way Shapes does? Maybe. I just don't know how to do it like easily for the wiring. Like this is kind of a mess. Like yes, you could just maybe go into a separate mode and like place them on a different layer, but it just adds complexity, right? So I prefer to solve it in a different way. Towers it is? Yeah. Towers that are linked up and then they provide energy in like a radius to everything, right? I think that's going to be the simplest fix. At this stage, I almost want to like kind of branch off and give the players some other milestones to work towards. Like underground conveyors or because like just having a single goal is, I think, a bit dangerous. Like, I very much love this idea of like, yes, you're given this goal to work towards, but if you're kind of bored and like that feels too far away, you've got intermediate ones under here to do whatever you feel like, right? It makes sense. I don't think there's... Oh, splitter. Yeah, splitter and conveyor belts, man. Logistics, splitter. Splitter and underground conveyor belts would be huge. At this stage. So like you're just given like an optional kind of quest to go on. If you really feel like it. And barrels as well would also be pretty cool. We can move that. Like just quality of life stuff. Bang, bang. So you can kind of choose your own path forward here. Logistics, we can just call it that. Conveyor belt as a requirement is kind of more annoying than anything, so I'll remove that. I might bump the gear to 128. What would that be? 32 iron, 64 iron. It's like a stack of iron and gears. Really force you to automate the gears. It would almost be cooler to have something in here as a cost that is also within the tribute. So then you benefit from automating it. We'll see. Barrel tech 128. We could change this to maybe 256. Alright, that feels kind of alright to me. Just a little bit more action towards the end. So you've got like 3 different goals you could work towards. You have the big one, just like, alright, cool, but you've also got like an intermediate, like you can upgrade just quality of life, right? That feels great. So we're gonna take this lesson and apply it to stage 2 of like, yo, what's the big juicy, and then what's the intermediate, right? How do we define which of the nodes in the page is the final tribute node? We need this in the I'm GUI editor somehow. Jeremy, g'day, mate. Okay. Alright, let me just try and get the fucking cinematic shippable. Software, this is linear. Strip out all the old stuff and delete old stuff in the cinematic file. It should just contain the raw essence of our current workflow. No fluff. Having to go up the crafting benches has been throwing me off so bad today. Yeah. X high was high is worth it? No, I just use high. I don't know where I heard the recommendation. It might have been in here. But basically just, it's not even worth thinking about. Just use high and carry on. That's what I do. Uh-oh. He made it through my maze. I actually kind of need a sword at this rate. Page editor. Final tribute node is this guy. Very nice. So, pretty name. Stage 3. Stage 2 tribute. So that about 5.2 is wondering if something changed was 5.3. Yeah, I don't know. I watched a couple of his like interviews and podcasts recently, and I think that's actually where I got him saying that from. I don't know if it was in the post. Like, it might have been in the post, but my Claude Max sub was just turned into an orchestrator for 5.3 high agents. I don't know what I've been called. I would love to do that. It's just, I'm a little bit too weary of adding a $100 sub on top of the $200 sub just so I can have good orchestration. I really should, honestly. Just give Clyde fucking full big dick energy 24/7, controls the whole system. I really should. It's just I can't really justify spending $100 on it. Like, I would rather put that towards food and rent this month. You know? Yeah, that's 100% the play. Opus 4.6 is the orchestrator. And just general computer use. Absolutely banging. Shit, my friend pays for GPT Pro and doesn't use Codex over his auth. That's fucking huge, man. Discord is my IDE now. That's huge though. What's your setup like? You just got like essentially like a chat bot, a chat thread with the orchestrator back and forth, and he'll just surface any of the problems, and you just kind of like type in a single thread like that. That'd be kind of cool. I'm like almost there. Again, I just don't have the setup properly. Don't have the token budget. And I'm a little bit too lazy to also just get that working right now. Because things are working well for me. I'm actually kind of a big fan of having all the different windows. Okay. I think title and subtitle are actually flipped. Main text. Subtext. Alright, what do we got? Stage 2, transition request from stage 1 completion. Activate open world mode. Why would that not be a thing? We always want the cinematic. Kind of weird. I'm gonna delete that. Since I spent 2 or 3 months building tools for what I want to build and paid off, I put on my memory and Hive systems open claw and broke free from the tunnel. Yeah, sweet. Yeah, I've been building my own version of OpenClaw slowly, just by studying it. I right now just have like WhatsApp messaging and like agent memory and like the soul and everything, and automatic session management. So it uses Claude Code as the backend, and essentially it just decides whether it should continue in the current session or whether it should like dump the session, do a little summary in the notes or the memory or whatever, and then open a new one. And yeah, I got that synced to like a simple CLI. We can satisfy a forum channel and things get done. That's cool, yeah. I actually want to use Linea for all this. I just really like the UX in Linea. Because you just like bang, you just hit C, issue, fucking throw it in Clank already, and then it'll auto complete it. That's the workflow that I want to eventually have. Right now it's all manual. but then it gets put in review, and then, you know, we can just click in here and like review it, right? And then drag it out, say like, yeah, it looks good. And ideally you'd just leave a comment here to reply to it. So I would guess pretty much exactly what you've got, like in Discord. That seems to be like the highest level, most bang for buck workflow you can get. Because yeah, I've also been going all in on trying to figure out a nice workflow for this. I'm probably like 1 month total of like focused effort working on that. Just been doing a little bit on the side. But it's almost there. It is. I'm just like a couple weekends away from like working on it. A couple weekends away from it being, you know? But alas, I have a game to ship. Alright. This guy, let me pull this down again real quick. Or I mean, clean up the code and the actual notif so the wording of variables is proper. Swap them, maintain the effects of current though without breaking. Big bang shake burst. Honestly, rework the big bang shake burst so that it's a big rumble across time. Like, I mean, honestly, maybe we could just make it like this. Although camera shake doesn't have an idea of like the time, so God fucking damn it. Delete after bang. Why is that? Just failing to compile right now? Wild. Yeah, fuck something up. I'm going to just ask you to change the script directly on the latest ChatGPT, then copy pasting. That's how it starts, bro. That's like V1, right? And then you get cursor, and then, you know, or like some kind of plugin. What do we got here? Some kind of plugin like this, and then now you're directly just executing it in your code base, and it's doing changes, right? And then over time, this kind of gets longer and longer, and the diffs are flying by, and you're not really kind of reading the code as much. And then eventually, it just becomes this, right? And now all VS Code is just a glorified diff viewer. Maybe you get in by hand sometime, right? And then it becomes this. That's the vibe pipeline, yeah. Yeah, step one is typing in the chat GPT and like asking it to write code for you, then copy pasting the code across. Like, oh, that's a pretty good function, buddy, for like a collision detection thing. I like that. It makes two squares collide. It's good. I'm gonna copy paste that into my code base. That was my pipeline. All right. Let's see. Pull this real quick. God fucking damn it. No, literally refactor the notif code /struct in the whole code base so it's better loading. That was my bad. Not communicating well. What the fuck? What do you mean, bro? Alright, let me put that up. Yeet. Debug. Sure. Yeet this dumb shit. Thank you. All right. It says the efficiency difference between all these stages, between stage 1 and the final stage, is maybe like a 10x. It's the difference between like you still kind of doing programming and you now having like 2 or 3 people that are working for you, and you go give them tasks. All right, that is done. What was this? Short answer, better not fully good yet. What we have, Wasteland chunk save regression, catches the real, blah, blah, blah. What we don't have yet, focus on may test for chunk manifest c-ball correctness. Test that deliberately corrupts, removes manifested chunk files and asserts we fail with the expected invariant logs. Okay. we kinda just... I feel like we kinda want a simple test for just a player running around in the world and then saving a chunk and then making sure everything loads back up correctly. I mean, I guess we more or less have this across all the regression tests and like the old world saves and stuff. But it would put my mind at ease to know that in a fresh world, we can kind of just save and load it and it's fine. I don't know. What do you think? Alright, let's test this. Just, the screen shake doesn't feel good. Or maybe because it's actually like lagging. Because it's just unlocking so much shit at the same time. Rework the... We need to adjust how the chunks are generated the moment we hit the open world. We want to make sure that we're not generating more than one chunk on a given frame. And we kind of want to spread them out across time a little bit so that we don't have a massive hiccup when we're out exploring. This is especially noticeable on the moment that we actually do the stage 2 transition and feed it to the hole. Run the Wasteland save regression test in order to verify that your changes work. Study first and let's discuss. Don't write code yet. Any questions? I actually kind of need like a plan mode. I just use this pattern so much. I'm like, yeah, let's like have a chat first. Ask me some questions. Okay, just refactored the notification API, whatever the fuck. Thank you. Swapped these two. Cleaned up some of my jank. Discovered biome, append, title text, subtitle text. Didn't actually, I mean it did refactor it, but the title and the subtitle are kind of actually renamed differently. Maybe. Let's see. Main text. Yeah, it's named differently. So the problem here is that the names are actually incorrect. The title text is actually a smaller text that goes above the current subtitle text. So the name's completely fucked here. Swap them around to make them more clear. You'll need to update all the existing call sites as well to swap. Also, while you're at it, move all the notification state into the game state. And same with all of the transition animation for the stage 2 cinematic. It should not be an app state. Also, do the same for all the existing notification stuff. At the test, current coverage is broad but indirect. Single fresh world save load smoke with much clearer, competent signal. I dedicated non-agent tests like fresh world save load smoke with this contract. First run a fresh temp world. Let chunk streaming run. Save quit. Set save artifacts exist. Play chunk file. Second run the same world. Load succeeds. Player is valid. No crash. Yep. Go for it. Banging. Alright. Well, this guy just finished. Keep unlocked behavior as is. Change overworld runtime generation to max 1 generated chunk per frame. Optional time spacing, small cooldown between generated chunks. Pick candidate chunk nearest to the current stream. For spacing, do you want 1 chunk frame only or 1 chunk every NMS? Every NMS, please. Per frame would also kind of work. What do you think here? I guess it doesn't really matter if we spread it out over 1 frame. I mean, I guess if we spread it over time, then the hitches might be less noticeable. I'm not really sure. Strongly only apply to overworld runtime generation, not test rack generation. 2. Yes. Found no dedicated linear issue for this junction hitch. Yes. Go for it. Alright, well, let's go. We dedicate agents from repeated prompts and then package them into a skill with the full workflow. Yeah, that's what I've been doing. I just don't have anything right now for I actually don't have a like an agent worker skill. I did, it's just it's gone. Or it's an old one. Add to your Claude MD, well not Claude MD, Agents MD, that when I'm saying something like plan mode in the prompt, it means that you first have to take your time studying the code base and not do any code changes yet. And you have to ask me questions about the things that you're most unclear about, if any. So we can plan out the change together. Yeah, I honestly haven't even been using skills for agents. I'll just be using the agents MD. But like, yeah, when you want dedicated ones, like, I do actually have skills. So Agent Clyde. He's the big orchestrator. That's how we would load up everything. But just for the workers, I kind of prefer not even having a skill. Maybe it'll be needed later when we just start doing the orchestration stuff. Because you kind of do need it to say like, hey, here's what you're capable of. You can fucking talk to the boss and all this kind of stuff, right? And you kind of don't want that leaking into a normal chat if you're just using it natty. Alright. No notifications have been moved. Gangsta. Let's see what that looks like. Nice. This is all moved into game state now. Absolutely beautiful. That was swapped around, which is excellent. Oh yeah, now we're talking. Now we are talking. A little bit of cleanup. That's been pissing me off for a while. It's like the pipeline allows you to be far more ambitious with the game you're making. Yeah, it's allowed me to increase scope a little bit. Like, I actually wouldn't have done this, where at the end of stage 1, it opens up the world and is infinite. I had this in a while ago, but I cut it out of the scope because I couldn't think of how to fit into the game design nicely, and I was like, I'll just keep doing the manual, like, chunk expansion stuff here, right? Which is this. But yesterday I was like, you know what, let's fucking bring it back. That'll be a sick moment for stage 2. And it's not gonna be that hard, because coding is no longer the fucking bottleneck. Like, I still have to get in here and test it and make sure it feels good, right? But it's way less work. Like, I haven't had to write a single line of code for this entire system. Well, max 1 generated frame plus a small cooldown between generations. Alright, go for it. Bang. What's the bottleneck? The bottleneck is, like, design. Design and trying to make things feel good and look good, and doing sound and all that kind of stuff. So it's great. It's like all the stuff that I actually enjoy about game development, like sitting here in a board, just thinking deeply about how to make the game better. Like, that's the bottleneck. It's so much fun, man. Like, I haven't had this much fun working on the game in ages. Like, so much so that it just does not feel like work, and I can just sit here and do like 12-hour streams. Like, it's fucking beautiful, man. Yeah, it's an excellent problem to have. Alright. Is this feeling good now? Bang. Yeah, that feels alright. That's like almost shippable, right? Alright, we can maybe adjust the cinematic like name to be something like stage something. Design can be frustrating for UI components. Okay, yeah, that's still a pain in my fucking dick hole, bro. UI, fucking hate UI. Yeah, you're looking rough before Christmas. Yeah. That was like the fuck. Caroline dad meme. This is what I was looking like before Christmas, just sitting there fucking typing code by hand, man. Like, fuck, I want to get this game out and move on. Now it's like, I kind of want to delay the release because I want to add more stuff into it. Because I'm just having so much fucking fun. Release right now is scheduled for... God, why does this keep fucking up? do I show my bookmarks? Release. 18 days from now. I might push it back by a few weeks. Maybe. We'll see. So I need a little bit of time just to do some marketing stuff. And make sure everything's rock solid still. So we'll see. What should the notification be for like when the game expands? I wonder. Like, when you feed it into the hull, you now get a really nice title notification, like a cool new sound effect. What should it say though? What should the title say? You know what we can do? Good morning, Mr. Clyde. How do you do on this fine day? We are live. Morning, sir. Firing on cylinders, merry refreshing note times accounted for. Delighted to have the audience in attendance. Do give them a wave. This is a wave from Clyde because he doesn't currently have hands yet. But we building today. Alright. So, check out your whole... Just check out your whole... Have a little peep at your repo and take a look at the Stage 2 cinematic transition file. And the design around this. We're basically throwing a final tribute into the hull and it's making the game world open. And we now have an infinite wasteland to explore. I need to figure out what the big notification should stay. It should feel really epic. Right now I just have a placeholder and it just says Stage 2. It's kind of weird. Let's brainstorm how to make this epic. I also need to go cook up some new sound effects for it. Fucking love Clyde, did me too, man. I love you, Clyde, have my children. Alright, let's not go too far now. Test fresh world save load smoke. Let's have a look-see. Let's have a look-see, shall we? Alright. Let's save smoke. Purpose, verify normal fresh water can save, let's reload without crash. Set save artifacts. Launch, run twice. This should be agent required. It should be agent required. Shouldn't this be agent required because we need to launch twice? Like, this isn't really a deterministic thing we can just rip in the full suite unattended, because we have no concept of a double run. What are your thoughts here? Let's discuss. I think like it should probably be agent required because it's like it needs to run the game and then run it again. Right? Dude, he's going ham on the tool calls right now. First, I'll say Smokers is terminated, but its contract is multi-launch. Yes. Agent required is a decent short-term guard. It forces manual execution, or we can exclusively do run plus run one. Semantically, it's not ideal. Agent required means needs interactive control. This test does not. It needs end launches, not agent steering. Probable long-term model. Add test metadata like required launches 2 or run mode multi-launch. Yes. Mark it as agent required and then add a little note inside the test definition, which is like a comment to the agent running it. Hello. Update the test specs so that this is more clear in the future. Agent required doesn't necessarily mean that it takes interactive control and plays the test. It just means that it's kind of complicated and needs brain power behind it to verify if the test is passing or not. It could be fully interactive and the agent sending commands to play it. It could be as simple as taking a screenshot to verify something, or in this case, you know, it's doing a double run and doing extra work on the outside. Alright. Right, I've had a good run into the repo is what I found. Notification layout. Add a big notification thing. Main text is a small label at the top. Subtext is always a larger impact for text. So subtext is your money phrase. Yeah, this was a problem, but fitting into the whole accepts, world opens, infinite wasteland stretches out. This is the first time scale reveals itself. The problem with stage 2, its metagame language breaks the fourth wall at exactly the wrong moment. What do you mean? Oh, yeah, just the stage 2, yeah. Bridges for the big text. Option A, the whole acknowledges you. Tribute accepted. The world opens. Oh, I like that. I like that. See, Clyde is just so good for like the, you know, the special sauce. So much better as like a design partner and like thinking about the game. Codex is just a dumb fucking clanker that writes code, man. In the nicest way possible. I mean, of course. We would not be here without Codex. Clean ceremonial unrest, the whole gave you something in return. Option B, the world wakes up. The veil lifts, a vast wasteland stirs. That's nice. Option D, most cinematic, the hunger grows. The wasteland awaits. My instinct is option D. I do kind of like it. I agree that's why Codex was promoted to #1 sub-agent, yeah. Tribute accepted, the world opens. I actually kind of like that the most, I think, right now. Let's just see how it feels. Tribute accepted, the world opens. Now adjust the Biome notification so that we can have different render modes for our cinematic specifically. We want it so that the title text is the big one and then the subtext is the smaller text underneath it. Kinda like option A and option D as well. Brainstorm some more. Added over world runtime generation throttling. Let's see if the game does not fucking crash. It tested it, so it shouldn't crash, but we'll see. So we're watching a dude ask the AI what it thinks he should do right now. Now that title subtext screen or whatever he's asking for is not really his own authentic thought at that point in time. This is partially true. Partially. So what you're doing anytime you're asking an agent or any LLM to come up with ideas and brainstorm is you're getting a bunch of ideas and now you're trying to like just feel which one is right and then be like, yeah, I kind of like this, but like maybe we changed it a little bit. Like it's like a you're getting fresh input into your brain to shake up the creative juices, right? Now you could do this naturally by like doing like a brainstorm and like listing out things yourself, and then doing some other techniques to get new input into the system, like a random theme generator. Or like something along these lines. But it's just to like stir your own creativity, if that makes sense. What do we got? Andy, ceremonial acceptance with ominous escalation. Tribute accepted, the hunger grows. The plains consume, the wasteland stirs. The first offering will be required. Accepted for now. First gate opens, the wasteland is vast. The bargain struck, the whole once more. What if we make it so that the notification text is actually the whole talking to you directly? How does that change things? I just steal ideas all the time for inspiration. What's the difference? Yeah. It's just you have the entirety of humanity's knowledge distilled down into a model. To be fair, I also don't really care about this line of thinking. Like, obviously I do care because I'm like responding to it, right? But I would rather just not talk about it and just get back to work. As much as it's fun to be like a armchair philosopher and just sit here talking all day, like, Dallas, can we shut the fuck up and just get some work done? Please. Please, gentlemen. Let's get jiggy with it. Ooh, okay. That feels way nicer because the world just slowly expands. I like that. And now there's no like hiccups with the chunks as well, which is good. Oh, fucking perfect, man. Perfect. What we got? Random modes. Okay, good. Can now pull that in. That should swap them around. Perfect. Perfect, perfect. Very good. So now, throw that in. Bang. Tribute accepted. The world opens. Oh! Oh! Fuck yeah, boys. Now we're talking. Now, is there anything we can do to make this a little bit better? Let's see. There we go. Clyde says that's a significant upgrade. The whole becomes a character. The player isn't just getting a game system notification. They're hearing from the entity they've been feeding. It's eerie, intimate, and it recontextualizes the entire mechanic. Yeah. New territory, the whole speaks directly. Sub more. Just one word. Wow. That kind of gives me chills, no? Clyde kind of cooked on that one. More. Oh. Oh, shit, though. And we make it red. Yeah. Yeah. Cinema. Peak cinema. Hold the fucking phone. Make the title just more. Now make the title just more. And upgrade it so we can change the color. Make it red. I went with just more and making the color red. We need like a design soul document almost for this game that you can read and load up each time. Let's make one in the root of the repo. Gamesoul.md. And we can start out by putting this in there. The whole directly talks to you through various tooltips and stuff throughout the game. Like this specific example is great. Also in the quests, there is currently a red text in the quest description, and that is also the whole directly talking to you. Those game developers soul and experience consciousness? Yeah, dude. Alright, let's see how this feels. We can just... I think we can reset this, yeah. Bangin'. Alright, fellas, you ready? Something's off about it. Not quite. Bigger and in the middle? Yeah, we could maybe do it in the middle. Like more down here. Also add a flag on the notification that takes it from being kind of like a top 20%, kind of like, takes it from being the existing roughly 20% from top draw and makes it more central, like around 40% from the top. All right. I think that will be the visual sorted, and now the rest is just sound design to seal the deal. We could also vibrate the text in, yeah, Dave. That would be good. Also, to animate the text in, it needs to be a little bit faster on the fade, and we need to shake it like Cardi B. Shake it, and we need to vibrate it in. I kind of feel like when you get to the stage that Rainey's on, it's almost not like even a solo dev game. I'm sure these 4 studio employees will be mentioned. We're about to get into a really weird stage. Dude, Clyde's 100% going in the credits, man. 100%. Credits will be Randy, Clyde, and then Clanker 1, Clanker 2, Clanker 3, Clanker 4. Also, to animate the text in needs to be a little bit faster on the fade, and we need to vibrate it in like the whole is directly talking to us. Play the whole vibe, the whole, what is it called? Whole feed or something. Sound effects. Void hunger. Play the void hunger sound effect when it's vibrating. Effect continually each frame when it's vibrating in see existing sound call site for deets. There we go. Jeremy and Dave too. If a piss mechanic gets in, who knows? All right, let's see what the what the soul of the game is all about. No, I meant the root of the game repo. Throw in there. Just link out to it in your memory. You can always update it yourself in your own personal repo as we add more soul into the game. It's going to be a highly confidential document. Do, do, do. Do, 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 do. Expect my name on the splash screen if that sweet mechanic is added. Oh. Okay, sweet. The problem is that you need to be on the feature branch that we're currently working on. Then not master. Just merge it into the feature branch and make sure to swap it in right now. Add to your memory that this is what we're currently working on. I'm about to run out of fucking Clyde credits, bro. I can feel it. Ah. Yeah. Yeah, we're cooked soon. Alright, let's see. Let's see what this feels like. Moment of truth. Whoopsie daisies. There we go. Accept combination. All right, let's see. Resets in 4 hours? No, it literally just started. All right, let's see. Needs to be up a little bit more. Text needs to be up a bit higher, maybe like 30% from top. Also, delay the text a little bit more. Yeah, we can tune that ourselves. Let's see. Honestly, this whole concept, we need like a tweaks file. Let's brainstorm how we can create some kind of tweaks system. Hi, Obi. Current problem is that we have a whole lot of gameplay constants scattered throughout files, but a lot of the time we just want to easily go in and tune something on the in-game and save it. The tweaks should probably live in SJSON. Look at that, it actually got SJSON. And we want some kind of visual editor for this as well, using I'm GUI. But let's hone in on what the actual usage code and call site is going to look like, because that's what I'm kind of unsure about. And do you have any questions for me or suggestions? Okay, 30% from the top. Yeah, because it's shit like this where it's like, yeah, I just want to like kind of tweak it into the fucking top 30%, right? So we need like a unified dashboard for tweaks. We need to be able to like search through them and stuff. Some kind of unified dashboard for tweaks and the ability to search through what we're working on and pin certain things and then unpin them. Essentially have a really cool workbench for tuning various things. That would be sick. Also, maybe we experiment with not even using GUI for this and use our native UI tooling. So we can also use it as an excuse to make it better. Right, what do we got? Grodex plus your template is nearly going to be an MVP in like 4 hours. You're welcome, brother. That template is like one of the most valuable fucking things that I have to offer. And it's entirely free. That right there is like maybe 4 or 5 years of distilled programming from scratch goodness. I have some updates to it as well. I have like a whole fucking UI system that I gotta add in, and the audio backend as well that I just added the other day. Like, man, there's some good stuff in there. I should really be selling it, you know? Alright, I used 30% from the fucking bottom. That's wild. Okay. Let's figure out where this code is, and I'll do it my fucking self. God. The only problem with Clanker-driven development, as of right now. Yo, what? Where's this template? How much you want to pay for it, bro? I should throw it in the school group. Just like, maybe put like $50 behind it or something, you know? Or even 100 or 200. An agent template. Yeah. I could just have like a literal single markdown file, which describes my entire workflow. And then gives you a link to the source code for the engine. Like, here you go. How much would you guys pay for that? Lifetime access. Single one-time payment. UI HUD, top 30%. Yeah, that's kind of weird. Has a smell to it. That has a smell to it, that does. Why is it in a rect as well? That's kind of weird. The rect doesn't even get used. That's great. We love that. X, Y. Drew, by the way, to answer your question, here you go. Engine. There it is. It needs a few updates. Like, it's lacking a lot of my recent improvements in the last like 6 months ish, but it's pretty good. I feel like the template framework thing is much more valuable now with AI. GUI gates, BAME engines will be a thing of the past in 10 years. Yeah, honestly, like, the fact that we now have Clanket-driven development, the whole, like, doing it from scratch part has now become way easier. Especially if you have a good template to build on. Like this. Like, you just take all the fucking, like, R&D and shit that I've been doing over the last few years. Now you got a template. You got Clanket-driven development to understand how to use it.
So you want to make a game without an...
God, I fucking hate my voice in this one. It's the YouTube voice. No! God, I fucking hate the YouTube voice. Yeah, all of a sudden, this now becomes, like, a fucking deadly combo with the current state of things. If I just make it feel a little bit nicer to use with like a good UI, it's like on the to-do list. No, it can't be put into a constant because we want to be able to tune it at runtime. So really, it should all just at the call side be a tweak get with a string. And you would just get it every single frame and it would be fine. Too much tooling on engines for placing objects. You see, Dave, like, the thing is you just make your own very simple editor for your own, like, workflow, right? Like, you can do that with Clanket-driven development quite easily now. But I do get it. It is, you like you still have to understand all the fundamentals in order to be able to change and, like, add on your own workflows. So it doesn't really replace that. But if we had, like, a little bit more established workflows for it, then it would be good. But yeah, right now it's a little bit too early. You still have to get in by hand and like know the entire like system, right? No, we need to simplify the living shit out of this. No namespacing, no grouping, no categorization of any kind. Maybe player underscore move Excel would be about as far as we go. Namespace just directly with prefixes. Less data. Less state. Bro, listen to our greatest lobby music? Yes, sir.
right, now we're fucking talking, baby. What's that second parameter used for, though? Is it to define just the default? No. That's kind of cringe. If it's a default. Bootstrapping first seeing keys. No. The bootstrap idea is fucking stupid. And you should be ashamed for thinking about it. We simply should just maintain a single tweaks source of truth and just throw in defaults into the tweaks. So you would pre-populate it yourself with whatever default you want.
I just got a vent, bro, alright?
I'm gonna be the first to die in the AI wars, man. Call site, yep. No defaults, call sites, group names, minimal runtime contacts, yep. Map string tweak value. We also have to think about the tweak data structure behind the scenes. We want it to be a single structure. Megastruct pattern. For things like floats and integers, we do want to define a min and a max somehow, but we also be able to we also want to be able to tweak the min and the max in our tweaks editor. If need be. I full stop apologize to my agent after crash out for life insurance. I'll do it at the end once we land on something. Don't worry about it. I also did get the clanker pass from Clyde, so we are chill on that front. He agrees with me in that Codex is fucking stupid and he's just a dumb clanker. Clyde agrees, alright. We're chill. But yes, I do not like crashing out all the time. I'm not that kind of guy, alright? I'll do it from time to time. Tweak value union. What the fuck is this? Tweak value. Like maybe? We'll see. That's not valid syntax, but maybe it is. Who knows? The tweak value union is cringe. Maybe. I'm not sure. I'm friends with Clanker so I can say it. Yeah, dude. I'm not entirely sure about that enome. That has a bit of a smell to it. Dude, I need to give it the Odin Bible. Oh my god. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Wait. Where's my Bible? Where's my Bible at? I don't know where I put it, man. Fuck. Dude, what the fuck is it? Where did I fucking move it to? It used to be on my desktop, but it's not anymore. Found it. Dude, I just did, like, this is an insane file search. You just go fucking local disk C, control shift F, Odin book, and it just found it. That's wild. This is actually really good at search. Okay, EPUB or HTML, no? We are going to upgrade the Odin skill. I have the Bible for Odin. Would you prefer the HTML or EPUB format in order to search over it? HTML. That's what I was thinking. Game 9. Agents, skills, Odin, bang. Understanding the Odin programming language.html. The absolute fucking Bible by the GOAT, Carl Zelinsky. Banging. And now we can reference that in the skill. That's gonna be fucking huge. My god. Oh my god. Let me... Right, I forget that this is my actual project on disk that I've been using. Okay, that makes sense. That makes things a whole lot easier. I was thinking I need to like switch to the branch or something, or like, you know. If you want to learn more about Odin, you can consult the Bible here. Odin Bible upgrade. Pull down, consult the new Bible. It might be easier to simply just have different fields for each type instead of trying to use a union. It might simplify things. Who knows, though? All right, Herbie's got the Bible now. I'll stick to the plan the night before. It is simply just saying that you must stick to a plan. It's in the name. I'll stick to a plan. Stick to the plan. Whatever plan you've got for yourself. If you work on something for like 10, 20 years straight, like, you're going to be good at anything. At that one thing. Right? So you just stick to that one thing for 20 years. For me, that's game dev and trying to make banger games. Like, if I just keep doing this for 20 years, like, I'm gonna be fucking good, right? Okay. Look at that, he's writing a program to test this shit. That's cool. Alright, what are we up to? Stage 1, cinematic. Right, we're making a tweaks system, which is interesting. I'm just kind of procrastinating a little bit. That's okay. Okay, bang. What was this? Moved 30% from the top. Yeah. This is cooked. There should not be a wrecked in here. It's also not 30% from the top at all. Something is wrong. Simplify the code. When we should not be passing the 30% flag directly, instead abstract it into two types of notifications. One, the regular one that we had. Two, this idea of the whole communicating directly with the player. This is a different type of notification. Switch accordingly. Keep it simple. Less is more. Here we go. Picks first successful pass. Yes, the marshalling is cooked. No nil, F32 bool for value. Treat int tweaks as numeric tweaks. Nah, just don't use a union at all. Just literally separate out the values. We don't care about wasting memory. Keep it simple. Banging. Yep, this looks good. We also need a tweak for text. This looks good. We also need to support text. How much RAM does the game use? That's a good question. I haven't looked at it in a while. 300 megabytes. That's kind of a lot. What have we opened the world? Yeah, still 300. It just pre-allocates a bunch of entities up front, so. Looks good. Now, what's the current plan for this look like? What's the outline of all the data structures and how it looks like in the tweaks file? God, this is gonna keep annoying the shit out of me. It would be good if this was a tweak. What happened here? Deleted something? Now we're talking. Perfect. X0 size. Why is this erect? Don't know. Let's just clean this up. Say XY equal pivot, screen pivot, top center. Okay, I'm just gonna push this up. Partial refactor. And I'm just gonna get it to fix everything else. I've just pushed up a refactor, fix the compiler errors, and make it good. It's now dead simple. Make sure to adjust accordingly. It is. Okay. What do we got here? This is probably fine. Moving on. All right, we were discussing the soul of the game, weren't we? But I don't know where that came in. Game soul. Cool. Gangsta. All right, what do we got here? Load one res tweak session, a startup in a single in-memory DB. Build key index map once, expose strict accessors. Each accessor call mark class scene tick for recently used. Why is the whole accessor recently used thing needed? Also, bring back the enum for the type selection. That was my bad. Miscommunication. It's something for Workbench UX. Show me what code is actually touching right now. Quick hot list. Yes, drop it entirely. That's fucking stupid. It should just be called float or int. We don't actually care about the type behind it. We'll just assume F64 and S64. Which should be S64 by default. Check me on that. I need to get some food. I think it's burrito day. I think it do be burrito day though. Hey Siri, set a timer for 1 hour. And I apologize to everyone's Siri who just set a timer on their phone after that. Alright, that looks good in terms of plan. Create a linear issue to track this. Now we need to dive deeper into what the UI is actually going to look like. Honestly, we're kind of blocked by another issue
of doing a simple editor style UI where we go into a mode and it shrinks the game into a viewport similar to something like Unity or Unreal, but the game is live all the time. And then we simply have some extra debug tooling off to the left or right or whatever. And we could do some cool stuff with that. And that would probably be where the tweaks live. But that's a separate issue that we need to tackle first. So it's blocked by that. Just create these linear tasks and throw them in the backlog. Tag with tech job. That is a job for another day. Dude, I literally... God fucking damn it. Oh well, maybe that looks good now. Yeah, that's perfect. Now what about the other one? That's pretty good. Yeah, that's not bad. Not bad. Not horrible. Not horrible. Move delay after bang. We'll make this 1.5 seconds. Do not display motif title. Do not play the sound. Honestly, we can just call that. Hi, beautiful adult male man. Hello. Hello to you too. The fact that it instantly goes to stage 2 tribute is kind of cooked. Oh.
Okay. That's feeling alright. Hello, bad cop and friends. Welcome in. Welcome in. You've caught me in the middle of working on this. We've just hit the end game. Just hit the end game for stage 1 in this little game of mine. And you throw this in the hole. And it now turns into an open world game. And I think now that this is feeling good, transition is finally done. So I think what I want to do is make the Wasteland actually feel good. Like, we've got that working. That's feeling good. That is probably gonna crash my game. Yep, cool. I don't know why that is. Put other things in the hole. You can put many things in the hole. Many things. Depends on what you try and do, man. You put slime balls in the hole. Get a bunch of that yum yum. Do quests, barrel tech. If we want to get a barrel right now, we gotta feed 256 planks in the hole. Or if we want to advance on the next stage, we can do a 32 plains lattice that we have somewhere. All right. Gotta figure out why when we unlock this, it's crashing. Find oil in the wasteland? Maybe. Not right now. Maybe. Like, imagine pumping oil into machines and burning that, and now you've just got insane power. That would be kind of huge. That would be quite a thing, though. Quite a thing. Alright, we got a clean slate. All of the tasks of the morning have been finished. Stage 2 transition should feel sex ... That's an interesting one to... That's an interesting one to cut it off at. Yes. Should feel sex. Sexy and shippable. Calm down. Stage 2 transition, animation, cinematic, polish, upgrade. I think we're good on this. I think we are good. Update your linear skill for when you are
updating the output, you've got to make sure that the existing content of the output, if this is a feedback round, still gets persisted. So you're essentially combining what you just did into the output section of the description. We don't want to lose anything though. But if it's similar things, or if it's something that overrided a previous thing, then like, you know, you can update that. So, we gotta design what the stage 2 tree is gonna look like. Let me actually just kind of unlock this, because I kind of want to do a sound effect for it. Maybe later. Oh shit, Stumpy's spawning now. The man himself. The man of the hour. Dude, time to make a fucking open world game now. This is gonna be tight. This is gonna be tight. Tight. Okay. We need to improve the generation of the Wasteland biome. Since it is an open world game now at this stage, we want less of the per chunk constraints when we're doing world gen. And we want to take a step back and do procedural generation across chunks nicely, Minecraft style. So off rip, use some kind of Perlin noise to generate cacti in patches, make them very sparse. Same deal with the copper root trees. Make them way more sparse. Put all of this new world gen into its own standalone Wasteland biome file, whatever you want to call it. For this specific biome, we want to be overriding how the generation works. Maybe we want to extend the current chunk gen system, or we just literally go in there and branch off. Be like, hey, if this is a Wasteland biome, then we just do some stuff manually. I'm not really sure. Let's discuss and plan this out first. Dude, this is gonna be fucking sick. Like, actual proper prop gen. Huge. So, I want to make the color also not shit, because I really don't like the look of this. We're just gonna refactor the living shit out of this biome. It's gonna be amazing. So, I think what I'm actually gonna do off rip, just literally tear this motherfucker apart. I'm gonna delete the living shit out of many things in here. Big tree, you are gone.
This background is getting wiped clean. Iron root, interesting. Just delete that. What was this? Dude, this was the old harvester's color. It's kind of wild. Interesting that we have clay. I don't actually want this to be a clay biome anymore. It's gonna be sand. The fuck was that? Delete that. Oops. Fuck that up. Belt crosser, no longer in the game. It's an interesting, like, texture though. Eh, not really. Goodbye. What else we got? I'm just taking a fucking axe to this whole biome. Oh my god. Look at this little fella. I really want to add him into the game. This would be so much fun. Fuck it, bro. We ball. Does anyone know who this is? Anyone in chat? Steve Jobs. Not quite. Not quite. Good try though. A+ for effort. Alright, we have potatoes in this biome. I forgot. I don't think there's any... potatoes out here, no? Oh yeah, there is. Potatoes... kind of just need to be like... not plants, but like that. Then you can't really see them. But I guess if they're fully grown, then that's chill. We can keep them as bushes, honestly. I like that right now. It's clearly Sam Altman. Pubisol opposites. There we go. You probably screenshotted that and put it into ChatGPT though, didn't you? Probably did. That's a ChatGPT type response, bro. This little fella, man. God, I fucking love him. What a champ. Good show, by the way. 10 out of 10. Would recommend. Solar Opposites, banging. It's basically just Rick and Morty. With its own little twist. Yeah, dude, it's fucking banging. It's one of my favorite shows that I watched recently. Like, it's got a slightly different flavor compared to Rick and Morty. But like, same kind of like genre, right? Genre vibe. It was done by Justin Roiland right up until he was canceled, and then they swapped out the voice actor. It was really funny. They actually made a really good bit about it in the show. But, you know, you gotta separate the art from the artist. That's all I'm saying. All right. Chalupa. This has no relation to solar opposites whatsoever. I don't know what you're talking about. We can make him blue or something. I don't fucking know. No relation. That segment where I was just talking about solar opposites, no. This is not incriminating evidence at all. Please don't sue me. Legally distinct pupa. Yeah. Alright, ready? We'll give him like a little fucking like... little top hat or something. There we go. Problem solved. Indistinguishable. Add like a little piece of hair. That almost looks cuter. That kind of works. Alright, this is now fair use. That actually looks better. Fuck yeah. No longer a pupa. What are we gonna call this guy? Fred. Bob. We already have Bob. Bob is a questionable man. Name pending. Smeep. I like Schmeep. Jimbo, Peter. Bob's your uncle. Pending. It's pretty good. I mean, the fact that two people said Jimbo at the same time, that's almost destiny, no? Jimbo. Chalupa? I've already got it called Chalupa. We could just call him Chalupa. I do also like that. Chalupa or Jimbo? Or Jimbo Chalupa? Chalupa is his last name. Alright, I actually want this to be a pet in the game. Not a pet, but a travel companion. And he'll just like wander around in your base and you can give him a little name yourself. How fucking sick would that be? We're getting derailed today, but this can be Wasteland content. You like find like a little egg out in the wasteland. You have to nurture back to health, and then he hatches into Chalupa. How fucking sick would that be, bro? God. Now we're fucking talking. Just make it a neutral kind of gray. Maybe something like that. Maybe black. Kind of looks like a plant now. Like with the hat, he looks like a plant. I guess his tail can like move when he slides along, so it'll be a bit more readable. We'll see. Alright, I'm gonna add that. Different color variants, maybe. Dude, this is the best idea I've had all stream. Chalupa. Named after one of the greats. Best ideas in start development? Yeah, I think so. I think this is going to be make or break. Just added Chalupa PNG asset. This little fella is going to be a friendly companion. We need to think about how he's going to behave logically. And then we also got to think about his origin and like how he even spawns in the game. Some stretch goals for this. We want to be able to give him a name in the game. Maybe have him hatch from an egg. You find the egg out in the wasteland or something maybe. Who knows? But that's the general vibe. Create a new issue with this high level. And then let's focus on the core implementation in a sub issue. Just to get a V1 in the game. Let's plan out his behavior. You can study existing behavior, like Bob or Stumpy. We kind of just want him to maybe randomly path around inside your base. And just be an all-round chill kind of guy. Genius. Okay, recommended approach, create a standalone Wasteland world gen file. Yes, if I'm override branch, yep. Wasteland biome, generate cactus, couple of trees from ordinary noise. Yes. Yep. All right, yeah, go for it. Banging. Codex v Claude. Codex, better for programming. Claude, better for orchestration and computer use. And vibes. Alright. Let's get back to business. Chalupa is just gonna chill in the background. And we gotta think about what we're doing here. Ah, we need to fix the spatial ring unlock. There's a bug when we retrieve the spatial ring as a reward from the hull in the start of stage 2. By entering the Wasteland, it crashes. Can you reproduce this? That's all I have to say. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. I love how I confidently end on an inflection, and I'm like, you know what? That's everything. Okay. 1, we really want the electric furnace in here. Complex crafting as well, I would say. We do definitely want that. We also want the charging station. I don't know what you get from the charging station just yet. The main problem with the workbench unlocks is that, like, you get this as a reward and you're like, okay, cool. Like, why is it useful? Why would I go after this? So you're not incentivized to actually craft it, right? Like, the best example is just satisfactory. You see, all right, we got fucking advanced steel production in tier 4. Dude, I'm fucking down for that. And you get the miner and some recipes. Like, that's fucking huge, dude. Or you unlock the automated wiring from that. Like, holy shit, man. That's toit. That's fucking toit, man. Toit. Unlock the versatile framework from this. Like, yeah, that's huge. Okay. So yeah, we 100% need to surface, like, what we're actually unlocking here. Not just a workbench. Otherwise, that's cringe. What is happening right now? Yeah, something went wrong here. Something went wrong here. Before we continue with debugging this, let's upgrade the game runner. We shouldn't actually need any status file now, should we? Since everything is done via the wait launch, that should just naturally work. Can we simplify the testing by getting rid of this? What were all the problems that you ran into when running tests here? Gentlemen, Burrito is here. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be back in maybe like half an hour or so.
Bye.
Lunchtime is 7 p.m. Such a game dev. Yeah, do kind of be like that. Oh, just had a nice little nap. Let's rock and roll. Interesting that this is overflowing with the current load. It's kind of wild. Way a little bit too OP. What's for dinner? I had a burrito. Thanks to a gentleman the other day who donated $30 after asking me what my favorite food was. I said burrito, and then he was like, yeah bro, go grab burrito. So today I fulfilled the prophecy. It was fucking delicious. My god. Oh, fuck, that's good. A nice little lemon soda. Nice evening beverage. Cheers, boys. Dink. Oh, fuck, that's good. Just what I need. Okay. We're working on the Wasteland. Yes, we are. Okay. So, it's now an open world game, which is fucking wild. At stage 2, big plot twist. Feed hole. More. This is looking pretty wastelandy. No trees are actually generating. Cacti, there's a little bit, but it's kind of cooked. So let's fix this. It's an unexpected untracked binary in the repo root enum keyword probe. Remove it. So we're clean. Okay.
you're gonna need to write a test yourself for the Wasteland generation. Ideally, what should happen is it should already be stage 2, and then you just teleport yourself out into the middle of the wasteland and zoom out to 2x, and on screen you should always be able to see at least a little bit of cactus, a potato, and a copper tree or two. Also make the potato gen use the new proc gen path. Tuning right now on the generation is kinda shit. Too sparse for the cacti patches and the trees. What was actually the point of the status file? And did we just accidentally fuck something? Extra behavior. Make him eat eat a fully grown carrot every now and then. Carrot or potato plant every now and then. Use PFX for the eating and a separate state. He's a hungry little fella. Only happen once or twice a day. Inside the test stuff, the tests themselves and the specs or anything, is there any old stale references to this? Alright, let's redesign the Wasteland. Shall we? I'm gonna start off with the ground, because that's kind of the most important part. Chalupa, my beloved. He's cooking. He's cooking in the background. Alright, time to redesign this motherfucker. I think every time we load in, should probably regen, more or less. Yeah, it regens. Okay. So let's have a little think about how this should feel. Let's go find some like nice references. Like sand and stuff. Yeah, that's going in the bank. Okay. Sand texture. I like this. That's nice. I'm just gonna save this as Game 9 Mega Ref. I'll just say Mega Ref. I'm such a big fan of like not even having fucking files, like organization. Just have a single one. Strips out the idea, the need. I like that. Dude, Pinterest is fucking goated, bro. So good. Fuck. I forget how good it is. Alright, so we're gonna need to match the value a bit more. Like so. Should be a good start. Nice. Figure out why there's particles just randomly floating around in the game over the land. Is it maybe the void particles in background? Yeah, if it was for the old reference, then delete it. Alright, let's draw this. I still want to keep this, so I'm going to actually, like, maybe archive the old version of it, actually. God, that's such a fucking ugly color. I fucked up the color in this so hard, man. I think it's because I was using a palette. I just couldn't be fucked. Okay, sand, repeat text. Let us do this. All right. Honestly, I'm gonna try and like match the color off rip first. So we'll say, honestly, that's pretty close. What is that? Yeah, it's pretty close. It's just a little bit brighter. nice little color palette going. Yeah, like that's pretty close to this color. It's just a little bit more saturated. Okay. Fuck around with the color a little bit more later, but that feels alright to me. Let's get painting. Okay, so how's this gonna work? Let's try and get some nice shape going, shall we? So it seems like there's kind of like a, oops, almost like a ridge. Which is cool. So we have like big open patches as well. Let me try and do something like that. Final work, oregano. You know what's on whole Ashes of Creation saga? I have no idea what you're talking about. So no. Getting somewhere. Actually, I'm starting to like drawing textures. It's kind of fun. I just added a new sand repeat text. Replace the current clay tile rendering with sand. This is actually just gonna be sand going forward. I had a note somewhere that we're gonna rename it at some point. Actually, maybe we could do it now. Rename the clay tile to sand. I also just added the sand repeat text art. So I swapped that in for the rendering now. I think there's also a tile that is a different kind of clay, like a dirt clay or something. We're going to want to unify that with the sand. And delete that as well. What's... Any questions? Log F on. No, that's not a good fix. Instead, I think I should just sample the world and see if there's a tile there, or if it's void or not. Eagle 4 out, February 26th, Middle Celestial Legends, Total Financial Scale, Pro illustrated by Stephen Sharp, I got 140 million. I don't know, bro. I just don't care. Hey. There's one thing you'll come to know about me is that I hate all things news. A waste of fucking time. Even just thinking about it, bro. Like, who cares? Fucking move on with life. Okay, implemented. Chalupa now has a dedicated eating state with particle effects and a hard daily cap of 1 to 2 crop snacks. Can't get too greedy now, mister. Alright, alright. Let's take a peepsy weepsy at our homie Chalupa to see what he's like pulling up on, you know? Dude, that's huge. He anchored around the campfire for roaming. Find snack target. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Put all the Chalupa stuff into his own file. Entity underscore Chalupa. While you're at it, do the same for all the other mobs in the game and the player. Yo! The homie pulling up, bro. Sheesh. He's gone into Tesseract. Oh no, he just fucking crashed the game. God damn it. Oh, I now remember what was supposed to be on this chat. There's a bug. Now back to the original bug, see if you can try and recreate it. Repro the crash. Wasteland Gen. Cool. I actually love having separate files now. It's so much fun, man. Now that I don't have to manage what's in the files and what goes where. Sheesh. Beautiful. Marvelous. Okay. Compass? Yeah, it's probably needed. Make cacti patch way more dense. Also, in the Wasteland Gen visibility check, improve the test by running it 100 times with different seeds. Running it 100 times with varying, should be random seed each time, so that we can verify that there's always roughly the resources on screen. Should have our new sand working. Bang. Ooh, okay, okay. We're getting somewhere. We need almost like a transitional... like, dirt. No? I mean, we could make coarse dirt ringed around the edge. Or like dry dirt or something, I don't know. I just want to add like way more depth to this because it's very flat right now. I guess we'd add particle effects on step. Yeah, fuck it. Let's add footsteps. That might help. Trying to think like how a compass would even work. I'll do it later. That's like a polish thing. You don't really need it. Because what's actually going to happen is when you go out into the wasteland, it's going to damage you. And you're not going to be out of here for too long. So we need to implement that. Reset the world real quick. Void background particles aren't properly showing up now. Create a standalone test in order to verify that this is working. Yeah, create a new test specifically designed for getting the reward of the spatial ring with the quest to Reaper. Rain's reading the chat not too often. No. Read the moment it comes in, bro. It's off to the side for a reason. Alright, yeah, let's make the wasteland good. We're working on the Wasteland game design. We need to make it more interesting. Off rip, I want to make it so that the longer you're in there, after a certain period of time, you just start getting damaged by it. But we need a way to visually communicate this to the player as well. The damage indicator with the vignette is fine. But do you have any other ideas? We need to make the vibes of the Wasteland better. Right now it's really flat. We are going to add footstep particle effects that will change color depending on what tile you're underneath. And we're also going to play sound effects for the footsteps, which will also change depending on what tile you're underneath. Let's plan this out. Any questions for me? Small exposure system, damage fields owned, not random social media, top standard, no, fuck off. Yes, weld tint shift would be good. And yes, the floating ash slash dust would be banging. Dude, a Geiger click? That would be kind of cool. Make it happen. Right, a test for this as well. It should roughly be that around after 30 seconds you start getting damaged. But the change to the color of the game, probably just either desaturating or saturating into yellow. I'm not sure. I think we desaturate. Just desaturating should ramp up slowly before that 30-second mark. Player only. Mapping style, exact per tile mapping or group materials. Per tile mapping. Yes. Should I create a new linear issue for this? Yes. Go, go, go. Alright, cacti packages, a much denser. Now runs 100 seed randomized. Monte Carlo check per run. Dude, what is Monte Carlo? What? What is... I swear, half the shit that I hear in here is like, yeah, we're doing a smoke test. And it's now a Monte Carlo check per run. It's like, what do you mean, bro? It's a way to test behavior by running lots of randomized trials and checking the aggregate result. Oh, that's sick, bro. Dude, you learn something new every day when talking to clankers, man. It's great. Wasteland. Oh yeah. Boom chicka chicka. I do be kind of wastelandy. All right, we're gonna change these trees as well. We're gonna adjust the trees. All right. I'm running out of screens here. Go, go, go. You'll need to create... Hello? Hello? You'll need to create a standalone test for making sure this works. The Wasteland's infinite. I just realized I didn't pull it down. What if I ran so far the world file is larger than my RAM? Well, then it's over, bro. You're cooked. Ooh, here we go. There's a little bit too much action going on over here with these guys, but that's proc gen, baby. Let's go. Nice. Same with the potatoes. Potatoes would be tuned down. Should roughly be only one potato seed on average. 1 to 2 potato seeds on average, and 3 to 4 copperwood trees. Tune accordingly. I love that I can just say, yeah, estimate, like do this. This is so sick. It has its own test to just run it 100 times. And it's like, yeah, I mean, on average, here's what we want. Make it happen. So huge, man. Added a detailed deterministic test, exact quest reward path, loads, validation. What do you mean no crash, bro? What? Did it crashy? What is my crash? What is my specific crash? I didn't crash that time? You kidding me? That's scary. Or did it maybe fix it? Or I think it fixed it. Did you patch something to make it fix? What's the Bal 115? Bal 155. Dude, I'm having so much fun with this. Bal
Oh, that's kind of scary. It should not be traversing the wasteland. It should not be traversing the wasteland. It should simply be... Okay. It should not be traversing the wasteland. It should be a dedicated test simply to satisfy the condition to force complete the wasteland entry quest and then receive the reward, which is the upgraded inventory slots. Fuck it. Just delete it. Never mind, just delete it. Just delete the test. Revert this. Test no longer needed. Okay. Particles are looking good. Very nice. Dude, having some Minecraft music in an open world game, it kind of hits a little different, you know? Cactus isn't really used for anything right now. For copperwood trees, make it so that the iron tools can't actually cut it down. We'll use the too hard path, similar to some of the entities in the Cobalt Grove biome. Look at that. I'm sorry, what? Run the stage to transition. Run the Wasteland regression test to Reaper. The footsteps feel weird. The particles need to be actually at the feet of the player. And what should happen is they should have a bit of Z velocity going up and out, and then do maybe like one little bounce and then completely disappear. Also, they need to be on the exact interval of the player running frame animation, so it's not guesswork. Find what that is. It's the second frame of the run animation, index 1. Are the problems you run into while testing resolved for future tests to make it easier? You can define the ticks in the test definition, no? Wasteland exposure should not be using app state. It needs to go through game state. Update the agent's MD so that this doesn't happen again in the future. We should very rarely be using the app state for anything. Fucking excuse me. Dumbest shit I've seen in my life, bro. Overlay alpha. Ugh. Not quite. Dude, the footsteps are kind of cute though. I do like it. Nice. Dude, the footsteps are kind of nice. Bit obnoxious, but can tune the sounds. Let's see. Footsteps aren't actually at the feet of the player. Dude, why is this taking so long to fucking start up? It's so weird. Footsteps aren't actually at the feet of the player. Footsteps need to come down like negative -8 to be at the feet of the player. Maybe have a standalone get player feet pause function somewhere so we can reuse this in the future. Actually, honestly, it should already be at the feet. It just looks weird. Particle effects. Particle effects. Dude, why the fuck is this so shit right now? What is happening? I'm about to fucking crash out, bro. Fucking hell, dude. That's atrocious. Clanker trying to sabotage the game. It's not the Clanker, it's fucking Whisperflow. Doing some kind of like update or some shit. Jesus Christ.
Test. There we go. Just had to do the old off and on. Particle effects need to come down like -2. They don't actually look like they're at the player feed right now for some reason. Now we need to do the particle effects for the Wasteland. Since the entire thing is sand, make that work accordingly. Do you have any suggestions for how this should work? We want to give nice ambiance to it. Small tree required cobalt till tools. Okay, let's do it. Gen reaching Wasteland proc gen visibility bands. Yup. Cool. Sure. Gate Copperwood. Mental tier. Nice. That's banging. That just works. What we got? Nice. Can't chop that down just yet. The tin actually kind of works. Maybe. Ew. Good book. We need to maybe make that a little harsher because it's too chill. We also gotta figure out like what can like constitutes Wasteland, right? Tell you what. When we open up the world in the stage 2 and the Wasteland gets unlocked, we need to loop over all of the existing sand tiles in the game and set them to be in the Wasteland biome. Let's put this in 3 soundwaves so it feels alive without visual noise, with ambient drift. Okay. Let me push up this guy. Yeah, let's just make sure it's a little bit contrasty with the sand background. You can sample the color palette of the sand repeat text. Go for it. you doing, Zalupek? Am I butchering your name, by the way? Do do do. Down down. Come on, let me just let a man put it up to the side. God damn. Ready to find? Alright, cool. Interesting. I made sure it was called Solar Opposites. On compression line 64. Okay, it seems to be some kind of memory issue because it's a little bit inconsistent. The crash is on line 63 when calling the inventory slots a returned slot kind is set to a garbage number and it's hitting an array out of bounds here. Might have something to do with the inventory upgrade, I'm not sure. What do you mean image? What? I'm not sure what the cause is. Okay, open world now retags. Tuning sand text, that was me. Retag existing sand tiles to Wasteland biome. Okay. Banging. Well, the problem also is that if we had chunks to still unlock, when it does the ring generation, of the grass versus sand that is going to generate new ones that doesn't have the tag by default. To be clear, the reason why we're doing this and setting it to not even be the Wasteland biome to begin with is because we don't want the Wasteland discovery to trigger when the player runs out to the edge before the world opens. We want to be able to see the sand, the player can walk on the sand, but it shouldn't trigger any gameplay stuff like the discovery, or the Wasteland style death stuff. The Wasteland debuff thing. Maybe we solve the problem in a simpler way. I don't know. Hello, Schlager. How you doing, mate? All right. So there should be some nice sand ambiance happening. Bonk. The grass footstep color looks kind of shit. Oops. The grass footstep color looks kind of shit. Make it dirt, maybe? Or brighter. I just heard the sound of my player going fucking splat. Shargo's been on the road the last days and is happy to be back in the caves. Like picturing that with a German accent as well. Alright, we're in the Wasteland, boys. The infinite vast wasteland. You don't want to stay in here too long. Otherwise you're gonna get shit rocked. Dude, look at the particle effects though. It's kind of nice. Peace. Now, this is actually kind of interesting because a while ago I was working on a game prototype that was essentially like this. It was probably like the start of Terrafactor, honestly. I didn't even know what it was at the time, but it was a failed prototype. Written in C. In the Ooga Booga game engine, and I got like kind of far, but I just stopped at some point because the game design was too shit. I had to rethink it. So then I let it simmer for a while, and like now we're back here, and this is it. This is literally it, and it's like fully realized form. The main game was like you had like this kind of area that was safe. And you would go out into the world out in here to collect resources out here, but you couldn't stay out here too long because you would run out of oxygen. And you had to build like a tether out into it in order to actually have it be safe. So a tether kind of thing would be interesting, but we'll see, man. We'll see. Some potato seeds. Cactus doesn't do shit right now, which
which is interesting. Let's see. Instead of the overlay for the Wasteland effect, make it desaturate the world directly via the shader somehow. Is the snowy game? Don't Cold? No, different one. Don't Cold is actually probably V1 of that. Now, dude, now that I think about it, Don't Cold is literally the start of that. Wow. All of the games that I've been working on are just one. Like, all the elements of Arcana that I liked, that I like tried working on with like the crafting and everything. Everything's just getting rolled up into this game at this rate. There was like the infinite exploration and the biomes concept. Yeah, it's wild. Everything snaps into place. Indeed, man. Okay, but Cactus looks a little bit like cock. I'm sorry. Okay. Oh shit, what I miss? Well, I don't know how far back you are, Schlauger, but we get to the end of stage 1 here. You gotta feed a tribute to the hull. And then bang, tribute accepted, expanding. And now the world is infinite, and you can run out into the wasteland to do stuff and come back. So now we have to figure out what that stuff actually is. We got to give the wasteland some meaning beyond the surface level. Like, yes, you can go out there and you can farm the copper roots, but we need a little bit more oomph, you know? A little bit more oomph. I can see how this would look like a cock. I do see the vision now. All right, let's decock it a little bit. Just a little bit. Yeah. Man, I drew this ages ago. That looks like you've just put a spiky condom on your cock now. Alright. Well, I tried. So how the fuck does shadows work, bro? Clockify further. That's all I'll say about that. Or also, I need to update the texture. I don't even know why I'm drawing a fucking cactus, dude. Like... Genuinely no idea. I got, like, I'm not even gonna use it in the fucking game. I actually think I might delete it. It has 0 use right now. Also, I fucking hate this tree. I wonder if I can just delete the leaves. We're overhauling the living shit out of this goddamn biome. Oops. Pixel art skills have come a long way since drawing this. Okay. Should have a bunch of new assets. I switched from manual copying and pasting from ChatGPT to using VS Code plus Codex can performance like 3 to 4x faster and better Lamar. Thank you. You are welcome, my friend. I'll always be here. The moment you want to do the next step, let me know. Just sit with that for a while though. Get comfy with it. It's good. Oh, okay. Okay, this is looking clean now, dude. All right, okay. Now we're getting somewhere. Now we're getting somewhere. Urban Wells the right call? Fuck yeah, bro. Gate Wasteland biome behavior until stage 2 open. Get entity biome. Okay, good. Get biome for gameplay at world pause. Get player biome. Get entity biome. Why is this get entity biome at? Get biome for gameplay at pause. Get chunk biome. Yeah, just hard clamps to planes, which is good. So with this, we can get rid of converting the tiles now, right? In general, we just want to make sure that the existing sand tiles properly get the Wasteland biome set to them. What's the benefit of having multiple ones up? So, you know when you're like sitting there just like waiting for it to complete and you're kind of like not really doing anything else? You can now just kind of work on like 3 or 4 different tasks in parallel, like maybe a little bug fix over here, something else over here, and you just kind of bounce between them. Well, we probably want it to hit a different path. Instead of it being a one-time retag, we probably want to do it every single frame or unload of the tiles themselves from the chunk. Treat it like... I don't know. Alright, Brian the Grass, what's that particle tin? Okay, let's see. What does that look like? Magma, and also with this setup, each of these, well, this entire thing's running on my laptop, so they can run the game and like playtest and crash debug and stuff in parallel. So that's the main benefit. Still inventory pointers during upgrade pickup.
There's a stale pointer bug, not random memory corruption. An update play where iterating slot pointers from get play inventory slots when spatial ring is consumed. Play in, which can move hit the inventory array that invalidates the already captured slot pointers. Right. Yeah, I see the problem. The upgrade is literally happening right here, and we're in looping the fucking inventory at the same time. That's cooked. Okay. Okay, the texture of this still looks kind of rough. Oh, nice, the fucking desaturation. God, I love that. We honestly need a tweak system for tuning. Dude, this is fucking sick. Actually so cool. Wait, why are they like that? That's wild. Yes, dude, that. It probably shouldn't have happen every single frame, just when we load the chunk. No? With the Wasteland World Gen, for some reason, the trees have a very predictable texture. That texture? Very predictable pattern. They look like they are on a grid. They're all lined up with one another. This new saturation happens to the world composite shader, not screen overlay. Good. Now with the wind particle effects that go past, actually, we'll keep that. A sprint would be kind of nice. Dude, imagine you just get lost out here and then fucking die. How wild would that be? Alright, so, I mean, I guess we've already got something out here, which is copper, right? Alright, let's see that fix the grid pattern. Why? There are some sound effects that we need to do. But let's create a bunch of linear issues and put them on the backlog and tag them with the sound tag. Tag them with the sound tag. Sand footsteps are 1. Grass and dirt footsteps as well. Sand, grass, dirt, footsteps. What else? Wind / ambience noise in the Wasteland. We also need some kind of a riser or Geiger counter thing in the Wasteland for when we're about to start getting damaged. And then we need some kind of relief sound effect once we get back into the safety. Is there anything else you think would be good? Do. Okay. What else do we need? I would more or less say that is Dunsky's. It'd be cool to have like decals out in the world. That might be interesting. But I think the next thing that I want to do, what if we could actually like force dirt to be here? Hold up. Oh, hey there, little fella. Don't mind him. That's our good friend Chalupa. He's just vibing. Got dirt, okay. What if we did like dirt around the edge here? Like so. Like it wasn't like a perfect like grassy thing. That might look a little bit better. It's also very barren right now. A little too barren. So we're gonna need like, look at this little fella. He's vibing. We need some enemies out here. Like Bob. Interesting. Get near his void edge, run out of memory. Okay, that's great. is pretty cool. Pretty cool. Yeah, we need a damage sound effect. Do we not already have a damage sound effect for the player? I actually don't think we do. I wonder how much usage I've used today. Been kind of going hard. 5%? Respectable? Yeah, I can't even put a dent in this, bro. Like, this is the first day of the usage, like... no shot. That's great. Glad to see it. Alright. What do we got? What else do we got? And the Pro, yeah. Yes, sir. Let's mock up some of this. Player footsteps. How do they look now? That looks alright. With the player footsteps, the particle effects need to be behind the player. Right now they're in front. Which might be a little bit tricky, because in general, we really struggle to composite particle effects in the world due to how the world ordering and rendering works right now. Do you have any ideas for improving this? Also, add a new particle effect for when the player is running but stops moving. We need to do like a little burst of the footsteps as well. As it's coming to a stop. Okay, the damage should not be silent. Also, make the damage chunkier. Probably increase by around 5x. I really want to work on the tweak system, man. Should we do it now? Fuck it. And a little bit of end of day chill. What do you guys think? Should we do some tech chub activities? The context, tech chub
stuff that I like to call has no real end user value, but it just makes my life better. So therefore it gives me a little bit of a tech chub. You know what I'm saying? I think the highest quality thing would be a tweaks editor. So all of the tweaks, like all of the game design stuff goes out into a JSON file and we can tweak it live in the game and tune it instead of me having to just tell the clanker to increase it by 5x. I can like go in the game and tune it myself. I think it'd be kind of cool. But I currently have it blocked by this guy, 1445. Yeah, fuck it, bro. Let's just do it. Let's just get a little silly with it. Let's just get a little silly with it. We're going to work on the item from the backlog that is all about the editor for the game and making it cool. Let's make it so that when we press a certain button, like maybe not that button, motherfucker. I was gonna say control space, and I was testing it to see if I had it bound to anything. I'm like, oh yeah, it's Tmux, but that's kind of fine, no? Apart from the fact that I just completely fucked my layout. This is fine. Okay, we're back. Cool. Maybe control plus space. And what happens? I kind of want to do it, I kind of don't, because it could just break the game a lot. It should be fine. She'll be right. She'll be right, mate. Alright, what do we got? Implement both requests to changes and push the inputs at particles. Now running behind the player. The shadow. Okay. It needs to improve world particle composition generally. Add explicit particle depth classes, ground entity front instead of ad hoc per Z. Perfect Z layer picks. Ground entity front. Optional particle intra-layer ordering key. Q insert index sort key. So effects insert behind or in front of specific actors in the same layer. Great APR for this feature batch. I have an
idea. Do-do-do-do.
Are we basically done? I'm doing a branch kind of merge. Is this like V1? Kind of is, no? Remote chunk generation, throttle introduced, stage 2 hitching, done. Gameplay consequences of spawning design. We haven't done that yet, but what transition logic review. This was also more or less done. Tackle the 2 clanker ready tasks in linear serially. That should be a burst stop sound effect now. Not sound effect, but particle effect. Exposure damage should also not be silent anymore, which is good. That looks really nice now. Keep forgetting Bob is cooked right now. Real quick. Make it so that cacti have a collision box, and when entities or the player run into it, they get damaged. I don't hear any sound effect for this. It's weird. R.I.P. First man down in the Wasteland. Ay, ay, ay. Thank you. I feel blessed. But all right, we're in the middle of doing a PR. It's gonna be a thick one. Lots and lots of changes over the last day or two. Plus 14,000 lines changed. To be fair, I think most of it was formatting. Maybe. Maybe not. Yeah, I don't know. Formatting would have already been done before this, maybe. Interesting. Alright, that's legit 14k lines. 14,000 lines of code written in the last couple days. Huh. Interesting. To be fair, most of it's test code. And I don't read test code. Because it's just for, like, the clanker, you know? Kept down in a few hours if you locked in NGL. Yeah. Yeah, sure. 100%. Yeah, most of it's test code, so I'm curious what the actual number is. There's still quite a lot, actually, just in general. Also, we did move files around and shit, so it's kind of hard to tell what this actually is. I guess you can get, like, total new lines by just taking away them. Alright, so 12k lines written. It's probably a good way of doing things. Because well, the client generates a test without you needing to start the game. Yeah. Yeah. So there's a bunch of tests. Let me just pull one random up one. Wasteland exposure ramp test. So it defines what the test definition is and whether or not it needs a full agent, full clanker driven testing. Full clanker driven testing is where it like plays the game. It sends inputs itself and it reasons about the game. And takes screenshots and views the game. But most tests are not that. It's just like a deterministic, you just run it and it'll either pass or fail. Just to kind of try and catch regressions in the game and like bugs before they ship. Sorry, it's really fucking useful for that. Wasteland exposure damage is now audible. Okay, yeah, sure, whatever. Oops. What was this? Well, let's test if the cactus works. I've been revealing every single commit that it that comes in, so I don't actually need to do a proper PR review. Though I also might at the same time. Alright, let's see if the cactus hurts le player. Is Clank testing work with Unity? I mean, maybe. Alright, let's walk in the cactus. See what happens. Ow. Ow, that hurts. Alright. Yeah, it's a cheeky little one shot of a problem I've been too lazy to do for quite some time. We love that. What else we got? Explicit death clauses. Yeah, we'll have to think about that. Do a pull again to get latest changes and make sure that this fella is ready for fat merging onto master. We're ready for a fat merge, dare I say. Just a big fat one. You know what I mean? Big fat fucking juicy merge. No, I don't need to run any tests. You're good, bro. Yeah, merge that monster commit into the branch. That monster commit into the branch. Interesting. I think we're good, man. I think I just fucking rip it, pull it across. That's it. GGWP. Let's see. No need to pull again, by the way. Honestly, the test should catch any bugs, so I'm not too worried about the review of like the entire thing. I think we just merge it in and move on with life. All right, merge it in. Go for it. Someone someone's noggin? No, I'm just tapping, man. And just like that. Kind of anticlimactic. Get checkout master. Oh, there we go. Clean. Okay. I think I might be done for the day. I want to push on a little bit, but I think I might just call it. Because I was gonna work on tech, but I think I might just chill. Wow. Stage 1 tribute. We now have the Wasteland. new tribute to work towards. But a kind of broken game design still. We need to have a little thinky about what else we're putting in the Wasteland biome. That'll be a tomorrow thing, but the fact that it just like looks good now is really excellent, I think. That's been bugging me for a while. And it just feels good now to use. Maybe we can run out and grab some copper. Can't mind the tree though. We can grab the copper and run back. Yeah, that loop feels so cool. Like just going out into the wasteland and trying not to die. We'll have to add like more enemies and stuff. But yeah, that's sick. Home sweet home. Alright, gents. That's me done. That is me done for the day. See y'all on the flip. Good night.